Hello, night dwellers.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, hello.
Hi, beautiful queen.
Hello.
All right, you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Our queen needs a few extra minutes right now, so we're going to give her some time to get ready. So while we're waiting, I'm just going to give some more announcements as all of our night dwellers are coming in. So welcome in. Hello, Bossman. Hello, Kim Simford. Blue-eyed blonde, hello. All right, you guys, can we tap while we're waiting? Tap, 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 tap. Hey, Lilu. Did I say your name right? I'm so sorry. Is it Lilu? Lilu? Hey, Melanie. Hey, Pom Mom. How's my girl? Hey, Pamela. Good evening, you guys. I did good. I didn't want to disrespect your beautiful name. Welcome, welcome. Hey, you guys, and I do apologize if I'm repeating myself. I'm just waiting for others to come in. And our beautiful night queen is still preparing. So we are giving her a little extra time. She's super busy this evening. So we want to make sure we give her the extra time she needs. Hey, Tammy. How's my Tammy today? Tap, tap, tap. Okay, guys, let me ask you, how many taps do you think we can get tonight? Last night, I think we ended, when I left, I think we were at 250, I think. Yeah, it might be a little echoey because she is waiting, she's trying to get things set up, so my apologies if it's a little echoey. 253, yes, Kim, that's awesome. Let me move my phone back away from me a little bit. Let's see if that helps. Absolutely, as many as we need more, I love that. Love, love, love it. All right, you guys, let me see. Hi, Teresa. Welcome in, you guys. My apologies with the echo. I know she's working on some things, so it might be because my mic is on and hers is on at the same time. But please try to bear with us. I'm trying to let her have time to take care of things she needs to. Yes, thank you, Kim. Like, share, follow. Hey, Kim, I think it might be, I don't think it's you. I think it's me, or it might be on our Night Queen side. I'm not sure. But I don't want to rush her. I know she's doing some things. So thank you guys for bearing with us.
Oh, I know what it is. Hold on.
No worries, beautiful. We got you. Oh, look at you.
There we go. That should be better, I think.
Is that better? Yes. Thank you, beautiful queen.
You're welcome.
Okay, guys. So as we're coming in, thank you, Agat, very much for your patience if I'm repeating myself. So thank you so much for all of your support. And tonight is going to be an exciting night. I'm telling you guys, if you do not see our fellow night dwellers in right now, I know a lot of us follow each other. Tag them. Let's get them in here and tap, tap, tap. I want to make sure that we are spreading the word as much as we can. There's lots of new things coming, and tonight is going to be very exciting. So I want to make sure everyone knows about it. I am going to share right now too. Who is not in here right now? Let's see. Let me see. Who can we tag? Tag your it. Tag your it. All right. Tag, tag, tag. I might be tagging someone who's already in here, but that's okay. We're going to keep it on. All right, guys. Tap, 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 tap. Hey, Tara. Hi, love. How are you? You made it on time, Rob. Thank you so much, Robbie. Okay, let me tell you, Robbie, let me shout you out. I want to thank you so much for the amazing extra effort to help us push these likes, push these taps. All of you guys are so American. You're so American. Well, yeah, that too. But you're so amazing. And we really appreciate all that you guys do. And we want to make sure that every single one of you guys are appreciated. If you have that Graham next to your name, that means you are a subscriber. Ooh, guys, tonight is going to be so awesome. I'm so excited, and I've been on the edge of my seat all day wanting to talk about it, but we can't. It has to be a surprise. We got to get as many people in here as we possibly can. Yes, supporting our queen. That's what this is about. Man, this is going to be such a great adventure for her, helping her go nationwide, worldwide, and we're along for the ride. So we want to make sure we are supporting her and tapping, tap, tap, tap. We're at 7.1K right now. I want to make sure that we're getting a lot of likes. Hey, Melanie. Oh, hi, Melanie. So looks like we're at 28 viewers right now. I know we can double that, you guys. Let's go. Hey, Pom Mom. I always like to keep saying hi to you guys over and over. Tara, Kim Sanford, everyone, yes. Okay, quick reminder. So I know everybody, we have been telling you about her backup account. Please, I'm going to be reminding you guys tonight. Mods, please help me post this. We need to make sure that the backup account is added. I know that Brent has more than 50 people that watch her on a regular basis. We need to get everyone who watches her here over to the backup. I know we can do this. She only has, I think, 50 right now. We need to double, triple, quadruple that. So I will make sure that that's pinned. Also her YouTube, Bryn Morgan Haunt. We need to get that added so that she can get going over there. And thank you. I really appreciate that. I know all about we got to eat. So make sure you're eating. Grab you a snack. Grab you some sage, grab you a flashlight, grab you some Febreze. Yes, Eric, we do. We love our Bryn so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leslie. Oh, Amber. So it is Bryn's backup. So I will put it in the chat right now. You guys know how TikTok can be. It is very finicky, and we never want her to ever miss being able to go live. So she has got a backup account, and we all want to make sure we're following her and getting notifications. Why am I not a sub anymore, and which one do I pick? Okay. Leslie, a sub, you were probably a subscriber and it might have ran out. So you can do the monthly, you can do, I think, 3 months, whichever you prefer. Thank you, Judy. Yes, share to Facebook, share to people on TikTok, share to those, tell people about it at work, people out in your daily life. I know I tell everybody that will listen to me. Look, you guys, we're climbing. We're at 33. We're at 33. Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So yes, please just go over to TikTok and add her there. Twisted at her Bryn Morgan Haunt. Also, the backup account is backup account is Twisted Tales Live BCKUP. I'm going to put that in the chat right now. I think she's almost ready for you guys, so I'm going to hop down in just a minute. But please, you guys, make sure that we're adding this, hitting that notification. And thank you again for your time, you guys. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to hop down and enjoy the show.
Thank you, Becca Lynn. Hello, night dwellers. How are my night dwellers tonight? Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Becca Lynn. Hey, Blue Eye Blonde. Hey, Tammy Weber. Hey, Paul Mom. Hey, Robbie. So good to see you all in here. Hey, Pamela. Hey, Lulu. You have your buds in. I love it. Hey, Leslie Marie. Hey, Judy. Hey, Tara. Hey, Julie. Ken Sanford. Hello, Lori. Hey, Teresa. If I'm missing anyone, just call out your name. It's not echoing now, is it? Oh, good. Hello, Women with Attitudes. I love your name. Hello, Raybab. Hello, Maureen. Hey, Boss Man. Hello. Let's go ahead and do a check real quick. How is the music? Can you hear it? Can't hear music. Okay. Can you hear it now? Is it at a good level or does it need to be louder? It's good? Okay. For some reason, it wants to keep going down, and I'm not exactly sure why. Hello, Brian. You just never know. Hello, Janet Cookie. Hello. Listen, my friends, my night dwellers, those who are coming in and just joining, following, liking, keep tapping that screen. It activates the TikTok algorithm and gets this live out to people who are not aware that there was a Twisted Tales live. So please also share this live with friends, family, co-workers. Share with your TikTok friends, 5 friends, 10 friends, 20, 30. Share it, please. Thank you. You say you enjoy it. Well, guess what? There are more that will enjoy it as well. but it's through word of mouth and sharing that it will happen and that it will occur. I know, Leslie Marie, I miss it too, but it was a copyright and I could only play that music on YouTube. So that is the reason. As we continue to grow and expand, decisions have to be made, unfortunately. It is continuously just trying to go down. So let me see what I can do. All right, I've got it connected to a big speaker now. Can you hear that? Let me know. And it probably sounds a lot better through the speaker. And at least here I'm in control of it. So. Everyone come in, come in, come in. I'm seeing the numbers going up. Let's get to 50. And there we go. 53. Let's keep those numbers climbing. I'm telling you, if you think that sitting there and tapping the screen has no effect, you're wrong. It does. And so let's tap, tap, tap. I want to thank everyone who is here. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Bryn Morgan. I'm a horror author. I am also a teller of scary stories, paranormal stories, ghost stories, fiction. And tonight, I am going to tell where it all began for me, why I chose to become a horror author. Back by popular demand, it has been requested that I tell my true hauntings again. You are in for quite a night, night dwellers. Now, let's prepare. Lower your lights. Lock your doors tight. Shut your curtains. Wrap up in your favorite, warmest blanket to avoid the chills that are about to come into your home. Tonight, I tell true ghost stories. Are you ready? Let me know in the comments. Music good? But first, by candles drip and storm wind wail, when night is deep and faces pale, a whisper stirs the floor and wail. Not all who knock intend to call. The trees lean in with breathless dread. Let silence settle in tonight, for ghosts grow bold where fear prevails, as I weave this twisted tale. That's true. I grew up in Wales till I was 10 years old. My father was in the military. But he wanted to get out of it and have an opportunity to work in the United States. Our first place that we moved to was Maryland, and it was lovely. We lived there for about a year. And then my mother, she began to miss home. She began to miss her family, her mother, her father. And the old home place was in Virginia. I heard my mother and father speak of it, but I didn't think there was anything to it. Moving to a farm. But a couple months later, they sat us down and told us that we were going to be moving to Virginia, to the old home place where my grandmother and great-grandmother had both grown up. I did not want to move there. But what can an 11-year-old girl say? I'm not going? No. I had to go. From the moment that I saw the old home place, I didn't like it. It was a large white house with a wraparound porch that was situated on land that belonged to my great-great-grandfather. Tobacco land. The moment that I saw the house, however, I hated it. It was shadowed by 10 large oak trees. It blocked all sunlight from coming in the windows. It was cold and drafty, even in the summer. There was work to be done in that old house. It wasn't insulated. We had been living there for a few months, and I was so unhappy with it. It just felt wrong in a way that I can't explain. My mother came out of her house one day. She said, I felt like something just tried to push me down the stairs. Did one of you do it? Did you run away? No, Mom, we did not. A couple more months passed. Winter was coming. And along with winter was a blizzard that was coming. My father, God bless his soul, was a bit of a procrastinator. The weather reports were all the same. There is a blizzard coming. You better prepare. It was going to hit the East Coast. But my dad said it will pass us over. My grandpa told Daddy, you want to get those oil tanks filled. My grandpa was a Virginian, strong country, southern accent, tobacco farmer. He knew what he was talking about. Get those 2 oil tanks filled before that snow gets here, because once it comes in, you're not going to be able to get out. But my dad, he said, we will when it gets closer. That Saturday, we saw the evidence of it coming. The sky changed to a dark gray with little ripples in the clouds. You could tell it was coming. My dad told my mom, call the oil company and get them to come out and put oil in the tanks. My mother called. I'm sorry, ma'am, we're so backed up. We're backed up. We're not going to be able to come out there. My mom said, we'll pay extra if that's what we have to do. He hung up the phone. My mom looked at my dad. Paul, you just constantly procrastinate. Now here we are. A blizzard is on the way. Your kids, your wife, you are not going to have any heat. Dad said, I'll think of something. Overnight, the blizzard came in. It started out as large snowflakes. My brother, my sister, and myself were upset because Mom said, the snowflakes are so big, it's not going to amount to anything. But by 11 o'clock that afternoon, or that morning I should say, the snow was coming down, stronger, smaller, and was beginning to accumulate. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, the fields were covered with a white blanket. And then the wind came, strong, blustery. And then on top of that, the ice. It was horrible. We were already growing cold inside this house. Paul, what are we going to do? I don't know, Gail. You should have got the oil in the tank. Dad said, I tell you what, we'll make an adventure of it. Bundle up the kids, and we're going to walk to the country store down the road. The country store was a mile away. And the snow was coming down, mixed with ice. But I decided to enjoy it, as did my brother and sister. So Dad took off out the door, and then Mom holding my brother's hand, and then I held my sister's. And off we went into the Virginia blizzard. About halfway there, a truck stopped on the side of the road. Y'all need a ride somewhere? It was an old farmer. We had seen him before. Hop on in the truck here and I'll take y'all up there to that store. We gladly did. He dropped us off at the country market. We picked up some things that we needed, and thankfully, there were some kerosene heaters that were there. I'd never been around kerosene, but Dad bought the heaters and filled 2 huge things full of kerosene. We bought some more blankets, everything that we could think of to stay warm. The main thing that stands out to me was the chocolate candy bar that I got. I like chocolate, still do, a lot. Anyway, the farmer in the truck was waiting for us. I'll take you back to your house. Y'all better get in there because it's getting worse out here. The windshield was freezing over. He dropped us off at the farmhouse. We trudged through the snow, up the steps. Night came quickly. The sky was dark, but it was also that gray. Not a pitch dark, just, it looked like there was a glow over everything. The houses, the fields. We all gathered in the living room. Mom and Dad put blankets up over the doors. I remember the sound of the hammers as they would take nails and put the blankets up to try to shield out the cold. It was so cold in the house that we had to go through the kitchen to get to the bathroom. And there was a leak across the kitchen floor, like a stream. And I remember laughing about that. Dad cranked up the kerosene heaters, and it was making it warmer in the living room. But the kerosene gave me a very bad headache, made me feel nauseous to my stomach. I thought perhaps eating a sandwich would help, but it didn't. I just kept getting sicker. I told my mom, I'm not going to be able to sleep in this room with this kerosene. Bryn, you listen very clearly to me. You, your brother, and your sister are to stay right here in this room. Do I make myself clear? I'll give you some Advil. That should help with the headache. We played a game of Uno. And then Dad said we should all try to get some sleep. My headache did not go away. I tried to sleep. I tried to rest, but sleep did not come to me. It didn't seem to affect my mother, my father, my brother, my sister at all. I don't know what time it was. All I remember is my head was hurting so bad. Mom and Dad were sleeping soundly. So were Paul and Paula. I looked around. I grabbed my blanket and I left the room. I went through the kitchen and I remember there was a light on over the stove and that stream of water had frozen. I remember that. I remember going up the back steps to my bedroom on the second floor. I already felt relief. My head was beginning to stop pounding so incessantly. I went to my room. Now I want to describe this layout for you. Upstairs, there were 2 staircases that led up to the upstairs. One staircase in the living room that led up. I chose not to take that one because I thought my family would hear me. And the one that led up from the kitchen. There were 2 large bedrooms up there. One was my brother's room, and it had a door over it, a door. But my sister's and mine did not. It was wide open. I hated that room. I hated that house. Had I said that? I did. I went in the room and I remember turning on my lamp. I sat down on the edge of the bed. I could hear the wind whistling outside. I stood up and walked over to these 2 double windows that looked out over the backyard to the fields beyond. It was so light outside. I remember looking at the clothesline. My mother loved to put her sheets and blankets on the clothesline and let them dry that way. They looked like ghostly figures waving in the wind, frozen. I remember always feeling apprehensive about this closet door that was across the way from where my bed was. Small door. My mother had went shopping one day and she asked me to stay there and watch over my brother and sister since I was the oldest. I told her that I was going to explore. And we did. We went out and explored these old sheds that were on the property. We found a Confederate belt buckle. We found old beer bottles. Mom told me to stay away from that door in the attic. And there was just a nail that had been hammered over it, kind of bent around it. It was simple. She said, if you go in there, perhaps the floor will be missing or you might get hurt. I didn't listen very well as a girl. I've always been a little strong-headed, a little spirited, you could say. I went downstairs, I got the hammer, pulled the nail back from the door, and it opened. What I found inside was so exciting. Old brown medicine bottles with the label still on some of them, folded towels, nightgowns, flannel nightgowns, old, smelled like mothballs. Nothing really to write home about, but I thought all the treasures that we had accumulated were exciting. But that night, the night of the blizzard, I could hear the wind whistling through that door, through my windows. It was so cold up there. It felt like I was outside. I wrapped up in the blanket. I remember wrapping it around my body as tight as I could get it. I grabbed my comforter from the foot of the bed and I lay down. I went to sleep. I woke up, not sure what time of morning that it was, because the sky was that grayish purple, lighting up the countryside. I remember my room was cast in shadows of silver and purple. I woke up. I sat up in my bed. Now, the way that I was laying in my bed was in a fetal position. So when I sat up, I was looking toward the wall. I noticed that I wasn't cold. It almost felt as if there was heat. I felt warm. I then felt that I wasn't alone. I turned, and standing by the window was a girl. She couldn't have been no more than 6 or 7 years old. I've always heard people say that when they saw a spirit, a ghost, a specter, that they were like a shadow or they were like mist. Not mine. I could plainly make out the figure of a girl, and she was standing, staring at me. Her hair was in pigtails, braids. She wore a long white gown, like a nightgown, high up to her neck. I was petrified. I remember trying to scream, but I could not. I felt like I was paralyzed. I felt like my throat, that my voice was paralyzed. I wanted to call out for my mom, for my dad. The girl just stood there, staring at me. I just looked at her. I lay back down in the bed. Quickly, I covered my head with the covers, praying to God, and she was gone. I still felt the warmth. People say that when you have a ghost or a spirit or a specter, But the room is cold, but not in my case. It was warm. I hid under the covers. I was breathing heavy. I remember that. When you're an 11-year-old girl, your imagination can play tricks on you. I imagined that she was turning it into some gruesome creature. Then I decided I was going to pull the blanket off of my head and I was going to look. I slowly lifted the blanket. I slowly lifted the blanket off of my head, terrified, petrified. I turned my head, hoping that she was gone. But she wasn't. She had moved closer. She wasn't standing by the window anymore. She was standing at the foot of my bed. I still couldn't scream. And then the girl tilted her head, just staring at me. I sensed that this presence did not want to hurt me, but she was curious, inquisitive, just staring. I continued to stare at her for a couple more seconds. And then I lay back down and threw the blanket back over my head. I absolutely refused to remove it anymore that night. I didn't know why that I had saw her, why she had visited me. I went downstairs the next morning. My mom was yelling my name. Bryn, what did I tell you? I know, Mom, but I had a bad headache. You could have died up there. Do you realize there is no heat up there? I had a good mind to... I couldn't blame her. I disobeyed. She didn't speak to me for the rest of the day. She was mad. She had every right to be. She forbid me to go back upstairs. That night, she was trying to make some sandwiches in the kitchen. The snow had stopped, the ice had stopped, but it was a huge accumulation. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to tell someone what I had saw. But at the same time, I was afraid they would think, Bryn's crazy. She's seeing things. My mom always said that I had an overactive imagination. While she was fixing sandwiches, however, I asked her, "Mom, can I tell you something?" "Sure. What is it?" She was still short-tempered with me. What is it, Bryn? Just spit it out. Never mind. If you don't tell me right now, I saw something. You saw something. What do you mean? Last night, when I went upstairs in the bedroom, I saw something. What did you see? I felt so silly trying to explain this to my mother. A girl. Bryn, you saw a girl. Yes. What was she doing? Just standing, staring at me. Bryn, you were probably dreaming. Take those sandwiches to your dad. I don't want to hear any more about that. And so that was that. 2 weeks passed. The snow had melted. My grandparents invited us to eat at their house. My grandmother could cook. She was a great cook. We were sitting at the table, just talking about random things. And out of nowhere, my mom just blurted out, "Bryn saw a ghost." I remember everyone at the table getting quiet. You could hear a pin drop. My grandpa looked at me, my grandma, my great-grandmother looked at me. My brother and sister was smirking. My dad, no comment. And my mom, I just looked at her like, how, why? My great-grandmother, Nora, a sweet old lady, she looked at me. I can't explain it. My great-grandmother was, she looked at you as if she knew things. Tell us about your ghost, honey. I don't want to. I was 11 years old. It made me sound like I was silly. Tell me, night dwellers, what would you do in that case? If you have seen a ghost and you tell your mom or parent or friend in the strictest confidence, and then they blurt it out at the table, would you tell the story? Run away? Pretend like it never happened? Let me know in the comments. I told my grandmother and everyone else around the table, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, Just leave her alone. Leave her alone. My dad came to my aid. If she wants to talk about it, she'll talk about it, my grandpa said. We finished eating, had dessert. I had to help clean up the kitchen. And then we retired to the parlor. My grandparents lived in an old house too, but it was much prettier. We were sitting in the parlor, and my great-great-grandmother looked at me. Bren, come here. Tell me your story. I trusted her. I liked her from the moment that I met her. I remember she was kind and she always had candy in her pocket. It was like, it was magic. Did you ever have a grandparent like that? I sat down beside her on the couch. My mother and my grandmother were busily talking. My brother and sister were outside. Go ahead, tell me. I saw a girl the night of the blizzard. Where? Upstairs in my bedroom. What does she look like? Grandmother seemed to be genuinely interested. She was younger than me, and she had her hair in braids, and she was wearing a nightgown. What does she do? She just stared at me. Ah, she said. You saw the girl. Now I was blessed with two great grandmothers who could tell a story like you wouldn't believe. My great grandmother began to tell me her story. My grandmother spoke up. You know what, Bren? Your story sounds a lot like Mama's. My great-grandmother began to tell the story. When I was a little girl, probably right about your age, maybe a little younger. It was a hot summer day. I was out of school. This was back in the old days, as you young people say. My mother told me to go out of the house because she needed to do some cleaning. So I took my bag of marbles and went outside in the yard. Now back in those days, Bren, the roads weren't paved, they were dirt. And I remember going out and sitting in the middle of the road, close to the mailbox. I was playing with my marbles. And then in the distance, I saw a girl, about 6 or 7. I looked at her. She was skipping and whistling. She seemed so happy. I was lonely. I remember I had no one to play with. And when I saw her, I thought, well, maybe she's a new girl that's moved on the farm around here. Maybe she'll play marbles with me. But But you know what happened, Brent? What? Everyone in the room was listening to my great-grandmother tell the story. She got closer to me. And then, just like that, she disappeared. Really? Do you think it's the same girl that I saw? Wouldn't surprise me a bit. I never saw the girl again. My great-grandmother passed away. But my Aunt Patsy, my mother's sister, she'd started to do some research around the area of Red House, Virginia. She told us that she had did some background research on mine and great-grandma's story. Back in the 1920s, there was a little girl who came up missing right around that area. The girl was taken by a tobacco hand. And what he did to her was horrible. They found her in an old tobacco barn on the property. I often wonder if that girl was the one that I saw and that my grandmother saw. I've often wondered if she would visit me again. I've often wondered why she only visited my great-grandmother and myself. Was she there to wake me because she knew that I was at the point of freezing to death that night? What? It was that little girl. Never knew her name. That haunted me for years, still does. I still can't get the image out of my head of her in my room, by my bed, looking at me. I'm curious, night dwellers. What do you think the girl was? A spirit? An angel? I would love to hear your theories in the comments. We're going to take a 10-minute intermission, and then I'm going to come back with another chilling haunting that I experienced. Stay tuned. I hope you all are enjoying tonight's haunting true stories. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, so I've often wondered, someone actually told me once that she was an angel, that she was my guardian angel, and that she was there to wake me up because I was about to die. I've had a lot of people say a lot of things. Hello, James Schwartz. How are you? Thank you, Tammy. So glad. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I see the crowd went up. Very, very nice. My great-grandmother saw a little girl for about 3 months before her passing. We asked her who he was. Yes, that sounds so similar to mine. Thank you all so much for your support. I want to thank the following. I'm just going to kind of like scroll down here. Thank you, Teresa, for the gift. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Roby. Thank you, Cece. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Janet Cookie. Thank you, Becca Lynn. Hello, Mitzi. Thank you for the beautiful rose. Thank you, Wolves Whisper. Thank you, Roxy. Hello, sweet demon. How are you? Thank you for the heart. Hello, Sandy. How are you? Thank you for the gifts, my love. Hey, Tiffany. How are you? Hello, Lulu. Thank you for the heart. Hey, Luli, thank you so much for the TikTok live. Hey, 50 King Captain Frank, thank you for the bracelet. Sheer, thank you for the heart. Thank you, Jennifer Ann. Hey, Rotten Savior, thank you so much for the gifts. Your gifts keep this live alive and thriving. We're getting ready to do big things. We're getting ready to go everywhere we possibly can. I want this to be a global community. I want this to be a safe, loving, welcome environment for everyone, judgment-free. I want you to come in for a couple hours a night and really enjoy your time here and get scared. Rachel, thank you so much for the skull apple, my love. Thank you, Anna Ray. I think someone said, you know what, Bryn, you got a double whammy. You had two great-grandmothers that could tell stories, and I think you got both. I do love it. I love bringing joy to people, and, you know, as you listen, I love to tell a twisted tale. You do get scared, Roxy. Hey, kiddo at heart, how are you, my darling? Do you have your crown on? 100K, very good. Thank you, daily reminder that we are loved. I love seeing you come in. So glad. Hey, freedom fighter, how are you? I'm telling scary stories, freedom fighter. Do you like scary stories? Oh, thank you, Sally. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have you really, Tammy Weber? James, what is your favorite scary stories? I love seeing all my Grimm subscribers in here. I've seen a couple people say, I'm a subscriber. Why do I have Grimm by my name? It's a privilege. It's a good thing. Hello, Dark Alpha Eclipse. How are you, my darling? So good to see you in here. All of them? Oh, good. So, subscribers, if you noticed, you have stickers now. You have badges as well. And we will be working on those to get more in there. I haven't even scratched the surface of what I want to put in there yet. Oh, I miss you. Hello, Court Jesus Kid. James is wonderful, isn't he? Oh, hey, Tracy. So glad you're back. Who is enjoying these true hauntings? They were not fun for me at the beginning, but now when I look back on it years later, I wouldn't be where I am today. So thank you, little girl, whoever you are. You love them, Firefly. Good. Oh, someone used citrine. I love that. Thank you. Hey, Harper's Happenings. Thank you, James. Thank you. I know you do, Eclipse. It's so good to see you back in here. You have the evil kitty up. You love them too, Melanie. Good. Sandy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Hey, Spitfire. How are you doing? We'll try to figure that out. So glad to have you here, Court Jesus Kid. Just share it. Share it, share it, share it. If you like this story, then guess what? There are more who do as well. We are 2 away from hitting the second live goal of the evening. Okay, we need to try to figure out what's going on there, Metal Mama, for you. Hey, Julie. If I've said hello once, I'm saying it again. Oh my goodness, Harper's Happenings. Love you, Julie. All good? Oh, Sandy, I see you. You have Grin by your name. That's right, Freedom Fighter. Everyone loves a scary story. Who knows, Metal Mama? I love your name, by the way. Who knows? Who is liking this music tonight? Isn't it wonderful? Hey, Tigger. Thank you, Eclipse. Thank you. Wonderful. Hey, Sue. How are you? What potion am I drinking? Orange juice. I love it. Well, I'm constantly thinking, just so you know, your Night Queen constantly thinks. And one of the things that I was thinking was putting the music more in the background so it would go forward and project. So now you don't have it coming at you from the side, you have it coming toward you. Love oranges, love it, love it, love it. I really love all juices. Cranberry juice, grape juice, white grape peach is actually my favorite. Oh, blood oranges, yes. Love pineapple juice, love it. Yes, I am working on installing a microphone, but I have always been told that I have a built-in microphone in my voice anyway. So I don't feel like I'm having to compete with the music though. Oh, pineapple is amazing. Yes, Roxy, absolutely. It's all right, Karen. Just tap, tap, tap. Share. Share with friends, share with family. Have you ever met the Night Queen? Did you know that she tells scary stories? Did you know that sometimes she writes stories live? It's true. You miss living in Florida, Lulu. You know what, Sandy? You're right. I love tomato juice too. I love all juices except for prune. No, I'm not a prune girl. Space Cats, thank you for sharing the video. Oh, I love pineapple. I love to just chop it off and eat it. I will have to do that for Blood in the Snow. Shell, thank you for the follow. I have a question for you. Do you like scary stories? Hey, Spider Witch, how are you? Let's start sharing this live. Let's start sharing. Let's start tapping. Last night we hit our first goal of 250K. That wouldn't have happened without you. I'm just telling you. What it does is it activates the TikTok algorithm and shoots this out to people who are not aware that there is a Twisted Tales live. Well, it's all right, Spider Witch. I'm so happy to have you back here with me tonight. You chose a good night to come back in. This next story is another haunting story, one that I have never forgotten about. I was a bit older, but the experiences that we had in this house, well, I'll share it with you now. But first, lower your lights. Close your curtains. Lock your doors. Although, I'm pretty sure ghosts can still get in. Find your favorite blanket and wrap it around you tightly to shield off the chills that are about to invade your room. And let's begin with the North Carolina haunting. I had just turned 14. We were still living in Virginia at the time. We had moved to a different house. My father was a bad diabetic, and he ended up having pancreatitis, and he was in the hospital for over a week and a half. We were still living at that house. We lived where the field was so close to the back of our home. And when they would cut the hay down and put it in bales, it would drive all the rodents to our house. We had been gone for about 4 days. And my dad said that he needed some fresh clothes. So he asked my mom if we would drive back to Red House, to the farmhouse, and pick him up some fresh clothes. I remember when I went with my mom, I remember when we arrived, we could hear squeaking. And when we opened the door, we saw mice. It was just horrible. I have a terrible fear of mice, rats, snakes. It was just absolutely horrible. I told my mom I wasn't going to go in the house. She called an exterminator the next day. He called us at the hospital and said that he had put down traps, glue traps everywhere, and that would get rid of them, probably. I told my mom I don't want to go in. And I just remember her saying, I'll have Paul Jr. to go with me. You can stay in the car. We got there and it was dark outside. It was September. It was starting to have a little bit of a chill in the air. The only thing that I remember was the horrible squealing sound, squeaking, when we pulled up in the yard. I remember my mom looking at my brother and saying, "Oh no." She turned the headlights on high beam, and my brother got out the car and went up to the door and unlocked it. That high beam light flashed in the house, in the living room. I have never in my life seen so many rodents on glue traps in my life. It was like something out of a horror movie. We moved after that. We did not go back to that house. We left all the belongings that we did not want. We basically started all over, pretty much. We moved to this house in Lynchburg for about 6 months, and then my dad, he got a call for a job in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So here we go again, packing up our boxes and moving. Another white house too. This house was in the valley. It was a big white farmhouse. Again, when we moved there, honestly, I liked it. It was roomy and spacious. We had been there for a couple weeks. My mom came in one morning in my bedroom. "Bryn, where are Paul Jr.'s socks?" His socks? I don't know. It's his socks for football. He has to have them. Well, I don't have them. Little things begin to disappear. Socks. There was a sweater that disappeared that I never did find. We had been there about 3 weeks, and my grandmother, who is a psychic, she said that they were bringing us supper over because Dad hadn't been feeling very well. I will never forget when she got out the car. She said, "Byron, go ahead and get out the car." Byron was my grandfather. He carried an old Bible with him wherever he went. He was a minister. He had ministered for over 60 years at this point. Two things happened at night. One, my grandmother approached the steps. We were all standing there, my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister. She looked at me. I was never very fond of this grandmother. Just wasn't. She said, "Have you seen your ghost yet?" I just looked at her. My mother said, "Please, Florine, don't bring that here. We don't believe in that stuff." I then noticed my grandfather. He started to act kind of sluggish. He said he was feeling sick. He told my grandmother, "Get back in the car and take me home. I can't be here on this property. I can't be in that house." That is when the strange things began to happen. My brother was a typical teenager. He was just starting football. He liked to play on his PlayStation a lot. It was hard to get him out of the way of a PlayStation. This particular Sunday night, I remember it well. He wanted to stay up and play his game. And my mother told him, "Paul Jr., you know how you are when you stay up and play games all night. You don't want to go to school the next morning." But he swore up and down, "I will get up." So the next morning, my mom was fixing breakfast, and my brother was still asleep in front of the TV. She asked me to go wake him, but I said no. I won't be able to do it. So she left the kitchen and walked down the hallway to the living room. She walked in, and I heard her say to him, "Paul Jr., you need to get up. Go upstairs, take a shower, come down and have a good breakfast." He didn't do it. He didn't wake. My mother walked back down the hallway about 10 minutes later. "Paul Jr., get up. You're going to be late for school, son." Still, he budged a little bit, but he looked up at her and then plopped back down. The third time, my mother went down and she yelled at him, "Get up! Now you're not going to be able to have any breakfast." And she walked away. You have to picture this with me. We had a very long house. The living room was here. You walked out the door and there was a long hallway. The kitchen was all the way at the back of the house, which is how they built homes back then. The next thing we knew, A few minutes had passed. The next thing we knew, my brother, big guy, even for his age, he ran down the hallway into the kitchen. He looked at my mom and he said, "Mom, what did you tell Dad?" She looked at him. She's like, "I didn't tell him anything. He's studying for a presentation." Paul Jr. had a face as white as a sheet. "No, Mom. Dad just came in that room up there. I've never heard Dad cuss like that. Ever. He told me that if I didn't get up, he was going to beat me with his belt." My dad was one of the most soft-spoken, mellow men that I had ever met. This wasn't his character. My mom strutted out of that kitchen. She went to his office door and knocked. He didn't say anything. She opened the door and barged in. "Gail, I'm trying to do a presentation. What gives you the right to talk to your son the way that you just did? Paul Franklin, his face is white as a sheet. Why did you say that to him? What are you talking about? He said that you walked in and cussed him out." "Honey, I didn't do that." My brother swore up and down that my dad, our dad, walked in there, said he looked at him like he hated him, was glaring at him. I called my grandmother. I told her what had happened. She said, "Bryn, there's something bad at that house. It's haunted. Not just by the boy." I was like, "The boy?" She said, "The boy. He likes to play with you. He likes to play with you and take your things. Socks, panties, whatever. He likes to take it. There's another one there though. And it's bad. What your brother saw was a doppelganger." I started searching what a doppelganger was, and it absolutely terrified me. I told my mom. She told my dad. I remember when we told Dad that he could not see his doppelganger because if he did, something bad could happen to him. He looked at us like we were crazy. About a week later, I was in my bedroom. Picture this, if you will. A large square room, huge. And over on the far wall was a dresser with a mirror. That was all. And my bed, and a nightstand, and a lamp. I wasn't feeling good that night, and I told my parents that I was going to retire early. So I went to bed. I was laying down, had the light off, and suddenly the room just began to shake, the floor, everything. I sat up in bed and I turned my lamp on. I looked in the mirror across the way, and when I sat up in my bed, I was looking right in the mirror. I could see my reflection. I swear that I saw an old woman with rotten teeth, sparse pieces of hair peeking out of the mirror at me. I could tell that this spirit wasn't good. I got up out of my bed and I ran to my parents' bedroom. I told my mom what I had seen. She told my dad, we need to move. I actually did a little bit of research on this place a couple of years later because I was working at this firm and I was talking with this girl that I made friends with. And I don't know how we got on this subject, but somehow I had a way of creating scary conversation. So we were talking and I was sharing experiences and I was talking about this house and this girl looks at me. She goes, the one that's down in the valley by the old mercantile store? And I said, yeah, that's the one. She said, did you know they did lynchings there? Lynchings. Many, many people were unalived there. It made sense. I don't know why, but it just seems to follow. The house that we just sold, I never liked it. You're like, Bren, did you like any house? Not really. I have an intuition about things. When we moved in this house, it seemed normal. We had been there for about 3 months. And suddenly, things changed. I began to feel an oppressive presence on the back staircase that led up to the man cave and then down the hall. The steps were always cold. The hallway was always cold. We had been there for about 5 months. And my daughter began to have night terrors. I've never seen a child so scared as she was. She said that she was seeing a man, a shadow man, in the upstairs hallway. She said she didn't want to sleep alone in her room anymore. I said, can you tell me what it looks like? She didn't want to talk about it. She just said, it scares me. We were asleep one night and she began to scream. She opened our door and ran in. I couldn't control her. Her eyes were wide in her head, and her eyes were dilated, huge. Her pupils were huge, and her teeth were just chattering. I felt hopeless as a mother. What is it, honey? What's wrong? It's the man! It's the man! Honey, where is the man? I don't see a man. He was standing right there at my bedroom. I began to feel this heavy, oppressive presence on the stairs in the hallway. It always almost seemed as if the house was always shadowed. Have you ever felt that, night dwellers? A place that you lived at, just surrounded and blanketed in thick shadows. I began to feel depression, sadness. I was tired of seeing my daughter frightened. The nightmares just kept getting worse. And then a few more months had passed. She refused to sleep in her bedroom. She refused to go up the back steps. She would only go up the front. I told her that she was a big girl now and she needed to tell Mommy what she was seeing. She said a shadow man. I came home from work early one day. I just needed a day to just breathe. I wasn't getting much sleep because I was up with her. I walked in the house. I came to the back steps and I felt that heavy, oppressive feeling again. I started up the steps. I wanted to go to the bedroom and change my clothes. I did. When I came out, I had left the door open. I was standing in my bedroom looking down toward the end of the hallway. And that's when I saw him. A man. A shadow man. My daughter had been right all along. I wasn't sure what to do or who to talk to about it. A couple weeks later, we were having issues with our fireplace. So my husband put in a inquiry on our neighborhood board asking if there was anyone who could come and fix a fireplace. Man came out, very nice. My husband and I have a way of striking up conversations. We've never met a stranger, I guess you could say. So once he looked at it, he said, "This house is secure. The foundation is fine. The fireplace, I cleaned it out a little bit. It shouldn't be smoking up anymore." My dad asked him, "Have you did work around here recently?" To which he responded, "Yeah, I've been working in this neighborhood for 30 years. He then said, "I used to service it when the other family lived here." "Oh, really?" "Oh, yeah. John and Annie. Nice family. Pity what happened." This got my attention. "What happened? Y'all didn't hear about it?" "No." "Well, John, he ended up unaliving himself." It was then I knew. I knew who the Shadow Man was. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, apparently he was really going through it. When? It was about 2 or 3 months ago. My mouth was gaped open. I know it was. There was no way it was not. I even punched my husband on the shoulder. I knew. I knew what I had to do. I was sorry that that happened, but that was my house now. And what had happened was, he came back home. He had lived in our house for 30 years. I thought about it for a couple days. The spirit was oppressive in the house, so cold. I drove home early. I went in the house. I know who you are now, I said. It was silence. John. I know that you are the one that has been terrorizing my little girl. I know that you're the one that I saw in the shadows. This is not your house, John. Leave. I went to every room. I went to the man cave. I walked down the back steps. Do you hear me, John? You're not welcome here. Leave. I command you to leave. From that moment on, John wasn't as vocal as he had been. I didn't feel the chill on the back steps anymore. My daughter never saw his shadow again, or I. I think he just kind of faded into the background. I would sense him at times just lingering. Just lingering. About a month ago, we were cleaning out the house to sell it. I didn't want to be anywhere near it ever again. I even told some of my friends, and they know who they are, that when I was in the house, I became angry, testy, upset, feeling like I wanted to cry. I sensed that John was sad because we were leaving. I think he's still there. I think he still roams the halls and the stairways. I think he's just waiting for another family to come in. These are my stories. These stories, every single one of them, brought me to where I am today. The oppressive presence on the stairs is what created the story, The Haunting of Hastings House. You will never look at a staircase the same way again. The mirrors with the old woman, things disappearing, the doppelganger even, just pushed me further to the paranormal. But I always will remember the beginning, the girl, the blizzard, the room. That is why I became a horror author. That is why that I tell you these stories. I hope that you have enjoyed tonight. It was a pleasure to tell them again. I'll leave the music playing and I'll come up and say hello for a few more minutes. Oh. It was so good to be here tonight with you all. Oh, thank you, James. Thank you. You are most welcome. I want to thank well, I was going to thank, but it's not doing it now. We have some exciting nights coming up. So make sure that you stay tuned to Twisted Tales Live. Thank you, Eden. Thank you. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. You got to hear a story from the beginning to the end. Very good, Metal. You are most welcome. 7 new subscribers tonight. That is absolutely amazing, absolutely fantastic. So glad that you enjoyed it. Cheshire Lace, thank you for the follow. Cheshire, do you like scary stories? The subscribers are adding up. Just think about it. We're getting closer to merchandise. Merch. We want to keep this an amazing community. You're right, Pom. You know, that was one thing that I saw that was severely lacking when I started on social media platforms, was the lack of interaction, the lack of just hanging out and chatting. What better place to do it than when you're listening to a story, you know? So, do you have any questions about what you've heard tonight? What would you do? What would you do if you were seeing a shadow man in your house that was terrifying your daughter or your children? What would you do? What would you do if you saw an old woman in a mirror, had socks disappearing, and then saw a doppelganger of your father? What would you do? I know that the other night, the interaction, the true paranormal stories that I heard from my night dwellers was just absolutely wonderful. So good, so good. We're going to do that again. I'm going to be providing more interaction for you. Everything that you love, we're going to keep. This has been a transition, a testing period for me, just trying to learn everything. And I want you to know that I am listening. We are even thinking about a fireside story, where, it would look like I was around a campfire and just telling you a story. That's how stories were told to me for years. We're at 165K. You like that idea, James? Women with attitudes, thank you for the follow. Do you like scary stories? Yes, there are many exciting things that are coming. Just stay tuned. This live is evolving and it's just going to get better and better and better. But I want you to know that it would be nothing without you. So I truly appreciate you from the bottom of your heart, of my heart. You could choose anyone, absolutely anyone to listen to. You could go to any other live. You could do whatever you wish. But the fact that you choose to come here and to hear me for just a couple hours a night is so humbling. And I appreciate it so much, more than you could ever know. Well, the night is growing short. I'm sure many of you can barely keep your eyes open. You're ready to go to bed. You'll have a nice, warm dream. Maybe of a kitty cat or a little fluffy bunny. But in the early morning hours, your dreams will change to nightmares. And remember this, in the darkest corridors of those nightmares, you belong to me.